Well, welcome to the stream everybody. Let me just turn this music down a little touch, eh? So how are we all doing this afternoon? Back with the second part of the hybrid that went wrong in the first video, part 1. So we've got a little bit of a redesign that we're going to have to go through. So let me get this music right. Yeah, so we've got a little bit of a redesign we're going to have to go through with this one here. Just let me get this computer thing sorted out so we know where we're at. Yeah, so the dilemma was the other night when I was streaming, we had a tiny little bit of barrel. If I just go to that, if I go to this shot here, and I get my little pencil out. So just in here, there was a tiny little bit of timber left in the ring, but it had separated from the main part because of the shape we had put in here. So the little bit came out, and unfortunately there was not a lot I could do. It's a tiny little piece. So the dilemma is I've got to either continue through and reshape this and make this a little bit narrower, and then I may have to bring the base down as well in relationship to that. We'll see how it looks. But my fear is that when I turn this ring back down, the fear is that we might lose this piece. And this piece actually goes into the blank a bit more. So we'll have to see how we go with that. I may be able to still retain that piece if it goes in deep enough and still turn that out. So I think what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and do that first up and we'll see if that works. If that doesn't work, then what I'll probably end up doing is reshaping the handle. So I'll maybe take that bead entirely out. This bead here, we'll maybe take that bead completely out, and I might then reshape the handle so that the handle comes back in and out. But I don't want to take too much out of here because on the underside is where we've got the chameleon pigments, the colour changing pigments. So I want to try and retain as much of that timber in there as I possibly can with the chameleon on it. And as you can see, we've got a little bit in here where the knot's going to be exposed as well, and then on the back side we've got more of the Mali barrel. So this will be getting finished in a super glue, a CA finish, which is nice and tough, and it will blend everything in. And it has no effect on the acrylic because CA fuses at a very high temperature when it's curing, so it basically just becomes part of that anyway. The CA becomes acrylic on the handle. We've got a couple of guys in, so we've got Bruce Lamont, g'day mate, how you doing? We've got Razorburn back again for a little bit more punishment. So I've just been discussing what we're going to do with this hybrid blank tonight. I don't know how much of that you've caught, but we're going to have a play. I think what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and save the ring. Try and keep the ring. We'll see how we go with this piece here. If we manage to keep that in, then we're all good. If we lose that, or it starts to look a little bit dicky, this bit, when we reduce this ring, then I'll make the decision then as to whether I come in there and shape it a little bit more and take that ring out. But we'll see how we go with it anyway. No problems, Razorburn mate, you just drop in and out as you need to be, mate. Yeah, I mean, I've had my dinner early tonight, so I'm all good here for 2 or 3 hours, so there's no big deal. But yeah, definitely I'm hoping to get this one finished one way or the other tonight. But like I said, I'm going to get cracking anyway. Just let me get a couple of things sorted here now, and then we'll be right to go. I think. So I'm going to take that, what I'll do is I'll go to the full shot again, and I'll just take this camera back now. I'll get rid of this brush, this knot I should say, the 30mm 30mm rhodium knot, beautiful knot. So that'll be getting set in that later on, probably tomorrow. I don't need to do that in the stream, but you'll see the knot sitting in the handle once we finalise the shape of the handle. So anyway, without further ado, let me get myself set up here, and and we'll take things from there, I think. So nothing's been touched here. All I've done is had a bit of a clean up from the other night. So yeah, we're pretty much ready to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the live centre in the tailstock, and I'll bring the tailstock up, making sure I've got enough room to get my tool rest in, which we have there. So we'll lock that in place, and I'll take the live centre into the handle now. Just let me get that back for a tick. Not that I really need that too much now, but we'll see how we go. Cobbs, how are you, buddy? Long time no see. How are you, mate? Just got to get my throat cleared again. Yeah, we're doing this hybrid tonight, mate, so I'm just going to make a start on it. You guys feel free to have a bit of chat in the chat as well. And as I always say, I know a couple of you are already subscribed to the channel, but if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. It'll help me immensely. And click the little bell down the bottom as well, and you'll get reminded when I go live. And if you like the videos, give me a like. How's that? Nice and simple, eh? So I've got this locked in now, so I'm just going to lock that tailstock, and like I said, I'm going to return this bead here. I might go back to that one just so we can explain. So I'm going to return this bead because we lost a little bit of timber out of there. I'm going to reduce that down and try and complete the bead without having this part here affect us. But if it does, I'm just going to take the bead out completely and reshape the handle. So that'll be the end result for today. So let me get set up and we'll get started. You will see me jumping backwards and forwards between the lathe and the switcher tonight, because I'm trying out some of my new logos, well, no logos, the lower thirds, which you see over there. Everything's reverse, but you see the lower thirds down here, so I'm going to be dropping some of them in and out of the video tonight just till I feel my way with it. I've got a couple of different ones. Obviously I had the intro one at the very beginning of the video tonight, and then I've got a little end one at the end, so I'm just playing around with it, just trying to get it so that it's a little bit more professional, without it being too much of a hassle to the video and me doing what I want to do in the lathe. So hopefully I can keep you entertained, and like I said, it'll be a case of trial and error with my little things that I do down in the bottoms of the video. Yeah, so anyway, let's get started, eh? I'll keep the computer on the chat at the moment so I can see what people are doing. So if you've got any questions, just ask away in the chat, and I'll stop every 10 minutes, 15 minutes or whatever, and just have a look at the chat. And if there's any questions in there, I'll answer those questions if I can, and then we'll move on with the video after that. I have got for the PNC guys, I do have all the blanks done now. They're all here. I've actually got them sitting beside me here, so I might grab a couple and just let you have a quick squeezy. Just very quickly. That's some of them. So that's 7 of them. There's another 7 lying there. So I don't know if you can see See those colours? This is malachite green is the colour of this. So that's the blanks for the P&C LE 2020 brushes, and I'll be starting them probably in the coming days, and then I'm just going to keep working through them. So we'll actually live stream some of these as well, the making of some of these handles. I haven't heard anything back from P&C to say that they don't want me to live stream them, so I can't see why not either. So I will be live streaming some of them, and I'll post up a notification live when I decide to go with that as well. So without further ado, guys, let's get cracking. We'll go back to this overhead camera for now, and so there we go. Okay, lathe down nice and slow. I'm going to bring it up to speed until we get rid of that little bit of shape there. So I'm currently spinning at about 1600 RPM. And I'm just going to come in on this this little bead, and I'm just going to keep shaping that until I get it to disappear, or at least get that chip to disappear anyway if I can. So I'll keep checking this just to see how we're going with that little bead. And I can still feel it. There's just a tiny little bit, there where the chip came out. So I think we're actually going to get away with this without having to do too much to it, guys. Maybe just a little bit of a tidy up. I will have to reshape that top section as well, just a tad. Yeah, there we go. Pretty much got rid of that now, but I just wanted to fine the bead a little bit more again. And then I'll take a little bit more out of here just to blend back into that bead. But I think that's not too bad there as I'm seeing it. And that piece ain't going to come out because it's still got a fair bit attaching to that, although I'm going to take more out of here, but I can still see I've got a lot of timber in there, so I'm hoping that that's going to be all good. It's a fairly big handle, it's a nice chunky handle, but then it's got a big knot going in it, a big 30mm rhodium knot, so I think the knot will suit the handle even better. So I'll just get rid of this little tool now. I'm going to get rid of that for you. So we'll continue on. How's the music volume tonight, guys? Is the music volume okay? I think I've got pretty much everything sort of set reasonably well now. But if you can just give me the heads up to the music level, if it needs to be up a little bit more, or I know you won't hear much when the machine's going and I'm talking. But as long as it's in the background there and you can hear it, that's what it's all about. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to square that little shoulder up on the inside here. So I'll have to bring the tool rest back out the way now. Drop it down. And I'll go in with my Resin very gently and carefully. And this is just putting a little bit of detail into the handle, just so that it's not just too plain down there. Probably need to get that a little bit bigger. Marry it up with the other one. And I may even bring that other tool out and just take that bead down a little bit further too, I think. So I'm just going to move that tool rest carefully. And I'm just going to reduce this one a little touch. Bruce, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. Bloody streamers. Yeah, so we managed to get rid of that chip. We got a little bit of a sharp edge there that I want to round off a little bit, so we'll do that next. And I'm just going to tidy up that square edge now with the Badan. Bring the tool rest in and lift it up a bit higher so I can go in with my skew as a scraper and just refine this shape here now. And you can see some of the chameleon pigment there just changing colour now. You'll get to see more of it once the brush is all highly polished up and it's a lot clearer. And I'll be able to show you in from the bottom on the camera as well, so you'll actually see a lot of that chameleon change. There's quite a few colours in that one. There's green and blue and a violet and a cyan, I think it is. So yeah, so there's a bit of colour in that one. So I'm just going to come in here now and just tidy that little area up here. We're going to re-sand this one anyway. There's still a few scratches in it from last night. A little bit more. Yep, happy with that. I'll just tidy this one up a little touch. Make that one a little bit smaller. Just some very fine shaping on those little beads there. just to get it back to where I want it, being more round than flat beveled. I think we're pretty much right there now. Just get a little bit of air. And I'm just giving it a closer inspection just to make sure that we've got everything that I need to get there. I think we've got the line nice there now. That's nice. That's nice in there. Yeah, I think we can. So we've managed to save that, guys, just with taking a little bit more off that bead. I've reduced it very, very slightly in size, in these sizes here, in the two rings. Now I've just got to go through the sanding process, get it nice and smooth, and then once I get that all nice and smooth, then I'll have to seal this up with the super glue CA finish that I'm going to put on the timber, and you'll see the timber really pop then. And then I've got to sand that back again, and then we go to buffing, and hopefully we'll get this one finished tonight in the stream. So there's a bit of work in it in the sanding though. It's going to take a fair while to sand and tidy up, but unfortunately there's nothing I can do about that. It's a process I've got to go through, but it will certainly be worth it in the long run anyway. So you can see that's gone a lot duller here now through the resin, but like I said, there's a few fine scratches in there from last night, or from the other night, and I don't want to have anything in this. I want it to be as crystal clear as I can, and then yeah, we'll buff and polish, and that's when you'll really see it. So I'm just going to move, I'm just going to bring in the tailstock again. I'm going to try and see if I can focus on getting all my cameras right tonight as well. I know there was a couple of times in the last video, part one of this one, where I actually was trying to show you things in the camera and I was on the wrong camera. So I do watch these videos back. Like I said, it's all new to me, so I do watch the videos back to try and pick up where I've made mistakes, so that I can make sure that I try and work on it and get it rectified for the next videos. So so yeah, so it's all good. Just reposition that camera just while we're there, and I'll start on the sanding now. So I think my sanding last night was starting at 180, and then I go up to 400, but tonight I'm going to start with a 150. So and I'm going to take it up to 600 tonight. So we'll see what sort of difference this makes tonight. Just taking it up to 600 as opposed to finishing at 400. I'm hoping that's going to make a difference, and I will go in all the different directions like I usually do. I'm not going to do too much on the acrylic with these grits, because on the lower section, not go too heavy on them anyway, and that's for sure. I don't want to change the shape, I just want to refine the shapes now. So let's try that one. That's the first grit, so that's 150, and I'm just going to give it a light rub by hand now, just to make sure that we don't have any sanding marks that are cut deep. And I also I changed my micro mesh pads too, the ones that I use wet. I think I mentioned a couple of times in the videos that I think they were getting a little bit worn, so I decided today to go out and get another 3 sets of those. So I've got extras here in stock, which I can just pull from when the need arises. So but it's the sanding that makes or breaks your work, so you know you've got to put the time into it and get it right. And I got this new sandpaper rolls as well, which just, you know, it has about what's it got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 5 grits in it, plus I've got my other ones that I normally use, so some of them are in between grits, so I'll use them so that we get it finer as well, which should be good. Naz 67, how are you, buddy? Nice to see a few people dropping in the stream tonight. Like I said, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe too. It's the only way I can get my channel going and get it recognised. I do want to continue on with these YouTube streams, both for customer brushes and just for when I get some time to do brushes for myself, for stock, for selling. And like I said, I'm going to be doing more casting videos, and you may even get to see the odd pen getting made here and there, or a bottle opener, or you know, a wine bottle stopper, or I might even turn some bowls or something, just so that some of you guys can see some of the other stuff that can be done on the lathe. But primarily it's TF custom shaving brushes, so that's predominantly what you're going to see. But I might mix it up a little bit now and again, or I may even try and sort of incorporate a pen in with doing a brush or something like that, but we'll see how it pans out anyway. Okay, so what's the next grit on that? That's 240, and I think I have a 180 here, so I'll go to the 180 first, and we'll go through that grit. Hopefully that'll save us having too many scratches in this one tonight. Nigel. Nigel. Now I know. So how's your day been, lads? You had a good day? I had a fairly quiet day today, looking after the pups, and I went and done a little bit of shopping for some supplies. For the workshop, that is. Yeah, lovely, mate. So you had a nice shave with it? Nice lather? How did the brush perform? Yeah, I've got a few Squadron soaps myself. I think I've got Ace. I think I've got the Captain's Blend, and the other one was it Scramble, or he had to rename that one, I think, because of another soap in the US, I think it was, but I think it was Scramble or something like that. Just can't remember off the top of my head. Nice. Yeah, you'll find once you get a few shaves in with it, mate, the tips will soften up as well, and it will bloom much better once you get a few shaves on it. How was the flow through on it? Was the flow through all right? Plenty of soap coming through it? Hey Cobbs, mate, honestly, these knots are just unbelievable, mate. I mean, you've tried a few nice knots yourself. I don't know if you've tried a rhodium yet, or if you've had the opportunity to try one. But oh mate, they're something else. They really are. They're absolutely beautiful. I've got quite a few of them here, and a few different sizes. But I'm doing a fair bit with Serjan now. With his knots, and I want to do more of them, so they're just out of this world. They're in another league altogether, mate. I'm still fairly happy with my my 2-band knots, my 2-band finest that I've got now. I've had a lot of good feedback on them, so I'm happy with them. But these Serjan knots, mate, these hand-tied rhodiums are just another world altogether. Okay, that's 180 grit. I just have to check what grits I'm using here in mine. 180, so my next one was normally 240. So I've got a 240 here, and I've got a 240 here, so I'll go with that 240. Oh, good stuff. So plenty flow through on it, plenty soap in the knot. Good. Yeah, I posted in PNC. I don't know if you've seen it this afternoon, mate. not that long ago actually, I posted in P&C just saying that you know, all the blanks are now ready to go, so I will be starting the P&C brushes soon. And I just posted in there to say that I took it upon myself to get the 17 blanks ready, so that I've got a few spare in case anything happens along the way. Sometimes, you know, things happen, and you know, you might have a chip out in a blank at the last minute or something like that. So I thought I better get a few extras happening. So so I've done that. So I've got 17 in total, and there's only 14 required. So I may have one, maybe two. It will just depend. But I'll notify you down the track as to whether I've got one or two, because I think there was someone else in the P&C wanted to get his name in if there was anyone pulling out or anybody didn't want to continue through. So just have to keep an eye on it, mate. I might bring this other camera in a bit closer, enough so that I can still do what I need to do, but try and get the camera so that you can see a little bit closer to what I'm doing with the finer detailing in the brush. So I might go to camera 3 here, we'll get you in there. Okay, so that's, I'm going to do that just by hand a little bit now, just to take out any radial scratches. Like I said, this is the tedious part in brush making, is you know, getting the finish on, getting the right finish on there. It just takes time. You can't cut corners on it, unfortunately. If you do, you'll regret it because it will bite you in the bum. So didn't you see them before? I brought them up to the camera earlier and showed the P&C blanks. Oh, you can see them in the 402. When I go to that other shop, yeah. The head on, actually no, it's not the head on shot. It's the it's the other one I was on before. Yeah. I'll show you them again later. Just remind me later in the video, and I'll bring a few of them up and let you have a look at them. So yes, they're all ready to go, and once I start them, I'll continue on with them as much as I can, unless I've got some customer ones in the meantime to do in between. We'll do a couple of streams of them. I mean, pretty much once you've seen one, you'll have seen them all, because they're all basically going to be the same shape. But you know, you'll get to see some. You never know, it might be the one that you get that might appear in the video. So yeah, should make for some interesting viewing. PNC ones getting done. Initially I was a bit sus about the colour, the malachite green, but that's what was requested, so that's what we done, and it's actually it's growing on me now. I'm actually I'm quite liking it. When I done the prototype ones for facade, I'm actually yeah, like I said, it's growing on me. Actually, Corbs, you should reach out to Facade and ask him if he mind giving you a loan of the one that he done. I mean, he paid for both of his ones, even although they were prototypes, so that they are his. I mean, they weren't donated or anything like that. He did want to pay me for them, so but he might let you loan it. Or the other thing to do would be to contact Serjan. He may be happy to post one to you to try. That's what he done initially with me and Facade. He did actually have a couple of brushes with these knots in them that he sent out to let me try them. And no hesitation, mate. That's why I recommended it to Facade initially, because as you're aware, we weren't able to get hand-tied knots here in Australia until I come across Serjan, or until he come across me. He was selling a lot of these knots into Europe previously, and the States as well. I think he was getting a few into the States, but yeah, between us we're doing a bit more, so it's all good. Yeah, this one's a hybrid, mate. This is the hybrid. I don't know if I don't think you were in the stream in part one of this video. I had a little drama near the end of the video where a piece of the barrel chipped out on this ring round here, and so I had to just reshape and hope that I was going to be able to retain the shape that I wanted to have from the start, or I was going to have to do a more design change based on how that worked. But as it turns out, I've managed to salvage the shape that I originally wanted to have, and I did manage to get rid of the chip where the barrel had came out, so it's not detracted from the handle at all, which is good, because that's what I was hoping. In actual fact, I think bringing it in a little bit there has actually it's actually made the shape of the handle look better, I reckon. Just a little bit more shape to it than just, you know, more straight up and down type thing. And all I'm doing now is just focusing on making sure I've got all the sanding marks out from the previous grit. And then once I check that and I see that I've got the scratches out from the previous grit, then that's when I jump to the next grit. And I've got to pay particular attention to all the finer details in the shape of the handle as well, because you can't leave them in and you can't get them out later once you've done the rest of it. So it's really a do it as you go basis. And for those that don't know, we've got a few in the stream, but for those that don't know, it was thanks to Corbs that I actually got into brush making. Because I used to just make custom handmade pens, and Corb's uncle, he's a wood turner as well. He turns a lot of pens and different bits and pieces and bowls and stuff, and I think Corb's had hit his uncle up to make him a shaving brush, and anyways his uncle put him on to me because his uncle was a customer of mine in the pen shop. And Cobbs and I hadn't done any brushes before, so we had a couple of little collabs together and discussions and a couple of catch-ups, and we ended up making Cobbs a brush, which was my very first brush ever made. And whilst we were both sort of reasonably happy with it initially, but I think now when we look back on it and we look at the shape and we look at the the handle as a whole, we see that it leaves a lot to be desired to what I'm actually making now. But I guess everybody's got to start somewhere, right? And that was my first ever handle, and since then Cobbs has had another couple of handles, or another two made, and still uses them today. So that's gone back a few years now, I think, maybe 3-4 years now. Corbs, I can't remember now, mate, to be honest. So it's thanks to Corbs that I got into making shaving brushes. And look at us now. Okay, so that's the nick strip down. So just let me check where I go to from there. I'm just trying to till I get into the swing. So that's 320 and that's 320. So I can go 320. So I'm going to go to the next one now. So this is a 320. And what I'm going to do is I'll go to 400 next, but I'm going to take it to 600 and just try and get a bit of a finer finish on it, so that when I go to the micro mesh pads tonight, we can hopefully get through them and we'll get a better result than what we got the other night. Like I said, I think my pads were getting kind of worn, and I think they were calling out for a change, so hopefully this will fix it all up. So what have we got? Yeah, it's nice colours, mate. Like I said, I'll show them in the camera a bit later, and you'll be able to see it if you replay the video back later on. Yeah, on your Corbs. I'm hoping it's going to turn out quite nice razor burns. So yeah, 2 years and several brushes, yeah, mate. And no doubt you've probably added a few more since, not of mine but of others. Is that view the best view for you guys while I'm doing this laborious sanding? I think it is. I don't think the other views are any good. Yeah, there's your PNC blanks on the chair over there. That view's not showing you anything any better. That's the head-on shot. That's not showing you any better. So we'll go back to 3. I think that's the best shot for what I'm doing at the moment. So I was at my SES training, State Emergency Services training last night for a couple of hours, just practicing reversing flood boats and box trailers, and I'm pretty good with all that stuff anyway, because I do have a couple of trailers myself that I take out on a fairly regular basis. So yeah, I was out doing that last night, and then next week I've actually got 2 nights next week, so I'm going to try and work out a live streaming schedule. I really want to try and put out a video every couple of days, or every couple of nights I should say. But obviously there'll be the odd ones here and there where I've got some certain things on, or if I've got any activations with the SES, I won't be able to do that. But I do really want to try and get into a fairly set routine with the vids, so that you basically know roughly that I'm going to be on every second night. If you want to drop in and have a look and see what's going on. I'll be interested to see if over time, if anybody else takes up turning and maybe making shaving brushes. That'd be interesting to see. You're going to see this barrel pop tonight too, guys, when I put this finish on it. She's just going to go bang. You're going to think, oh, what's he done? Look at that. Yeah, I mean, I always wanted to get myself a Wolfman cogs, but I just never ever got around to it. And I only just got my Model T as part of the starter for the Model T. I only just got that, well, it's been a little while now, but not that long ago. So I think I've used it once or twice, and I wasn't really too impressed with it, but it wasn't too bad. But it's a massive head on it, so when you're trying to get in and underneath your nose, well, now I've put white powder on my nose, when you're trying to get in underneath your nose and that and trim up tighter areas, it's a big head. You can't get in there. So yeah, I've only used it once or twice, and I've sort of set it aside. So I've never ever got myself a Wolfman yet, mate. I would have liked to have, but probably out of my reach now, mate, to be honest. I mean, I've shut the pen business down completely now, well, pretty much. Actually, your uncle was down today, Trevor was down today. Picked up a few little mini refills that I had left in stock, so he was pretty desperate to get some of them, so he contacted me last week and says, oh, any chance I can drop down and grab some? I said, yeah, mate. I says, when do you want to come down? He says, oh, I'll come down on Thursday. So he was down this morning, 9 o'clock this morning, and picked up a few and went away. Nice fella. Yeah, he was telling me that your aunt's not been too well, but she's hopefully on the mend now, so hopefully that stays on track. I haven't seen Gary in a while, because Gary used to come down too and pick up a few bits and pieces with Trevor, but and then he started coming down on his own, but I haven't seen Gary for a while. But like I say, I've pretty much closed the pen business down now, so it's less restrictive. I don't have to be here for customers coming at all different times, and you know, you can't plan anything through the day. So I don't miss that part of it. I'm quite enjoying having time to myself now. I can do things when I want to do them without the fear of getting interrupted, or you know. Never visits you. Yeah. Okay, so that's the that was the 320. So now I'm going to go to a piece of 400, and then I'm going to go to a piece of 600, and then we'll go to the wets. So we're getting closer, guys. We'll go to the micro mesh wet pads, and that's when we'll get a bit of finish starting to happen. Shaving balls, yeah, I mean, I've thought about it myself, mate, and I've actually got the gear to do it. I mean, I've got the gear so that I could actually turn the bowls on the lathe, and then I've actually set myself up with a fluting router that works on the lathe. I don't know if you've seen my, some time ago I done a couple of brushes, and I called them the Roman. And they had side fluting on them. They were actually done in the same colours, or the same mix of colours that the last P&C limited edition brushes were done in. And they come up quite nice actually with the fluting, but it's a lot of work, because obviously you add in a lot of extra sanding, because you've got all the details that you've got to work in. So every time you put a flute in, you've actually got to sand in that flute, as well as sanding the handle as normal as well. So it does add a lot of time into the making of the handles. But I can also use that fluting setup that I've got, the router fluting setup. I can also use that on the lathe to put V-cuts or grooves into the bottom of the bowl, but sort of radiating out. So if I go there. So if we've got the bowl, from the centre of the bowl on the inside, I can actually use the fluting router to actually bring out lines at set distances using the index head on the lathe, which would be better for whipping up the lather quickly. So I've got the setup to do it, but I guess I've just got to be mindful that I'm doing a fair few more brushes now than what I used to do, and you can only spread yourself so thin, so that the bowls is probably something that would take up a fair bit of time. And the other thing with that too is that when you're turning the timber, it would really create havoc with me for the streaming setup here, because it just makes so much more mess, and the dust is a lot more as well off a bowl than what it is off a shaving brush handle. So it would be kind of difficult for me with the setup that I've got here now for the live streaming to do too much in the way of heavy timber work like that on the lathe, because it would just make so much mess. I mean, as it is, I spend a bit of time cleaning after every video and then giving it another quick clean before I start the live stream. So yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's, you know, I don't mind doing it, but it is a lot of work. So I don't know if, I mean, maybe one day I'll maybe try it. Maybe that's one of the other streams I do, making a lather bowl, and then maybe, you know, make up a bowl and make up a brush and do it as a set. I'm looking at if I can get this YouTube channel off the ground and get you know, some subscribers happening and getting more interest in the channel, getting a few people coming in and having a chat, and I'm hoping that I can maybe do a few free giveaways and that as well. You know, I might turn a brush on the stream and give it away to somebody that's in the stream or something like that, but obviously to do that I need a lot more people to participate to make it worthwhile. So maybe if I get some subscribers into the channel and get more people watching, then I might do that. I watched the analytics on my YouTube. I mean, it's only a new channel. I've only been going for the last sort of week and a half, 2 weeks, I suppose, maybe a little bit longer with this particular channel. I think there's about 27 subscribers in it now, but I need more people to share links to the videos and on some of the shaving groups and forums, just to try and get interest for people to come in. I'm sure once they get in here and they see how, you know, see the videos and see how the brushes are made, I'm sure it would generate a fair bit of interest. So it's really just getting it out there. Like I said, it's all new at the moment. It'll take a bit of time to build it up, but hopefully if I can build it up, then I can start doing things with it, you know. Okay, so that's the 400 grit. You're in the market for a bowl? Well, let's see what happens, eh? Won't be for a little while though, I've got too much on my plate at present. So now I'm going in with a little bit of 600, guys. But I am that kind of guy, you never know, you could come on the stream next week and I could have a shaving bowl on the stream with a brush that I'm making, so anything's possible, guys. But like I says, I think I'll wait until I get the stream going a bit more and then might take it from there. So you can see how I'm working into these little details. They're the parts that get tricky and hard. You just got to take your time with them, you can't rush it. Does that music keep you entertained? Beat the monotony of the noise of the lathe. We're nearly on to the wets. This is the last sanding grit that I'm going to take it up to, so this is up to, like I say, this is on 600, so I'll be going to the micro mesh after this. probably should have brought that piece of paper off a little bit larger. It's just a little bit small for my hands. So I'm taking it that you can see what I'm doing here, getting these directional scratches out by sanding it in different directions rather than just round with the lathe all the time. Going that way. So we're getting there. Oh, we got Rory in as well. How are you, mate? Usual protagonist. G'day. How you doing, buddy? Okay, that'll do us for the paper sanding. So I may just have to bring this camera back just a touch, so we'll put that back into shot. So there you can see there's a little bit there. We'll get rid of that before we start with the micro mesh pads. Get rid of that bit there. The rest looking pretty good. A few little ones there. Good stuff. We're getting a bit of chat happening in there now. Okay, so now I'll get my water bowl under here. Just get that out the way a bit. So yeah, so I've got a brand new set of pads here. Got a brand new set of pads here tonight. So we'll see how we go with these. So I've got them all in their order. So we start at 1500 grit and then we go up to 12,000 grit. So yeah, it's going to be fairly slow, guys, but hopefully you'll see. And as you can see, I'm getting a lot of powder off there now already, off the timber, and hopefully I'll just bring that camera back just a touch more so it don't get splashed. And the trick to these is making sure that you don't let them go dry, otherwise you can burn the surface straight off just with the heat. I'm actually probably going a little bit fast too there. And you can't hold them in the one spot for too long, because if you do, you'll burn the surface off. They're probably more so when you start getting into the tighter detail parts, because sometimes you're sanding one part, but the pad might be touching on another part, and you don't realise, and then it can burn that part of the pad out, because that's not the part that you're focusing on and putting the water on and that sort of thing. But they're a disposable item, so you know, you use them until they're exhausted, and then once they're exhausted you throw them away and get another set. So I bought 3 sets of them today, so they do last a fair while, so they'll keep me going for a while hopefully. I'll just give this a little bit wet and then I'll stop it and just let you have a quick look. So there's still powder on there yet, but it's getting there. So that's the first grit in the micro mesh pads. And I'm just going to give it all the hand sand in different directions again now. We need to get on PNC, I think. Yeah, get on there, Rory. It's a good forum, mate. A little bit more controlled than TAWSE, which I'm not saying it's better or worse. It's a little bit more controlled, but there's a lot of information in there, and there's a lot of people on it too. So, including overseas guys. So it's mainly for us Aussies or Scozzies, but there's a lot of people on it. And a lot of information, loads and loads of information. So yeah, you seen that barrel now, guys? Look at that. Now I've got to try and get into all these bits, see? This is the bits that get you. I'll show you the blanks. I said before, I'll show you the blanks later. Just remind me before I end the stream later on, and I'll bring some of the PNC blanks up and I'll just show you them. They're all done, all ready to go. So I'll be starting them very shortly, and I will be live streaming a couple of them being made as well. So any of the guys that have actually got their name down on the list for a PNC brush, you may even get to see your brush getting made. So you'll need to be looking at the patterns to see, because they'll all be different. Every one of them will be different. Kind of hard, because when you look at the blanks, you can't really see, looking at the blank, what you're going to get inside. See, that pad's actually starting to wear already, and that's just from a bit of rubbing. You see the white bits in here. That's just from going over the round there on the bead on the bottom of the handle. You know, so they do, if you continually rub them in tighter details, they do tend to wear the pad away a lot quicker. But it's just one of those things, you've got to do it because you've got to get the finish. But I'm hoping you can see that nice colour in the barrel now and the nice grain. It's a stunner. I can't wait to do my little 30-minute video of this one on the little carousel thing that I use. It should should look stunning. Yeah, let's grow the chat, Razor. I'm with you 100%, mate. Get as many people in here as we can. Hopefully my videos have got the content that guys want to see. Like I said, I'm going to try and mix it up a bit best I can. But if I can get the channel going, mate, we'll get some free giveaways going, and you know, if we get the subscribers up, then I might have a subscriber giveaway once I hit so many subscribers and that sort of thing, to make it all worthwhile. So I enjoy doing the live videos, to be honest, especially now that I've got the setup sort of permanently set up in the workshop. It does restrict me from doing a lot of other things, but I enjoy doing them, so I'm going to keep doing them. And you'll notice I'm going to spend a lot more time on these detailed areas than this part here, because I can get good pressure on this area here. It's these areas where you can't get the same pressure that you've got to work a little bit harder. So what I'm doing is, these are foam pads, so you can actually bend them. You might never get it to the right shape, and because I want to go different directions with the sanding, but it all helps. Yeah, thanks mate, usual protagonist. Yeah, like I said, I started this, there is a part 1 to this stream, and I started turning it the other night and live streamed it, but then I hit a bit of a problem where right here actually, a little piece of the burl was cut off from the rest, and it was in the little bead here, and it come out sometime during the sanding, so I had a big chip in that ring. And I really didn't want to change the shape too much of the handle, but if I had to, I probably would have done, because I thought this part here might suffer as well. But fortunately I was able to get the bead in there, get rid of the chip, get the bead in there. There's still a nice chunk and it's still connected to the main part, so this one will be okay. So I've managed to save the handle, but I was saying to the guys earlier, I think it's actually came up nicer now, because it's given it a little bit more of a waist here, and the shape actually looks a lot better, so yeah, good. Yeah, SAS was good mate, I was telling the boys earlier, it was nice simple stuff, couple of hours of training, just reversing the flood boats with the 4-wheel drives, making sure that we're well practiced up in reversing trailers and stuff. So we had an SAS minibus thing there with a little box trailer on the back, and then we had a Toyota Hilux with the one of the flood boats, the bigger flood boats on the back. So we had to just practice reversing and manoeuvring, and yeah, it was pretty good. There's quite a few new people there, so yeah, it's all good stuff. I haven't done too many activations at the moment. I've done some food drops to people in need. We've done some food parcel drops to some people due to the COVID-19 thing and that, so done that. I only just started my training earlier in the year, so I've actually done my 6 months probationary now, so now I'm a community SAS member, so now I can actually go out on activations, but obviously you need to be trained up in all the areas. I got part way through the training, but I guess probably a little bit over halfway through the training before COVID hit, and then that put a dampener on all the training, so they're just starting to get back up in training now. So that's me finished with that brown pad now, so I'm going to go into the green one and just do the same process again. Turn the lathe down, turn it up a bit. Doesn't need to be too fast, because if we go too fast we're just going to burn the pad out. I'll just put a little round in there, and I'm just going to work that detail there. I still don't think you can see the chameleon colouring on the inside yet, but once I get the brush parted off, I think I'll be able to show you it a lot more, because I reckon it's going to look quite nice. Yeah, Rory, look, it's probably a little bit bigger in diameter than what I would normally do a lot of my other brushes, but it's, you know, it's sort of like that. It's my take on the chubby, a little bit different to the chubby, but I've kept this one because it's got the big 30mm rhodium knot going in it. I've kept the shape kind of chunky because it suits the knot better. I think the shape, normally I feel the shape of the handle in my hand before I finalise things right at the end, because basically I like to feel it in my hand and feel that, you know, yeah, it's comfortable, it's not too big, it's got no sharp edges on it, that sort of thing, there's no scratches, no nothing in it before I finish parting it off. So if I need to change anything or if I need to round something a bit more, I can do that. But you know, it's hard getting a feel that way. Once I turn it round the other way and I can feel it, once I put it in the other chuck to do the bottom, I can feel it before I actually start doing that. So if I need to put it back again, I can put it back and change it, you know. But it is a lot bigger than what I would normally do, but like I said, I think it's still a nice size, that it's not going to be too big for the average size hands, so to speak. I mean, my hands are probably fairly average size. I don't have big hands or little hands, but average size hands, and it feels comfortable gripping it like that now, you know, but I'll know more when I turn it round. So this is the green, this is 1800 grit that we're taking it to now, and like I said, we're going to go all the way up to 12,000, so she's going to be pretty smooth when she comes off of these, so she won't need much buffing, but we'll still buff her anyway, and I still like to put a little bit of polish on there. But the unfortunate thing with this is, because of the burl on it, I will have to put a finish on that, but the finish I'm going to put on is a super glue finish, which is very, very hard finishing, long wearing, it will last for years, won't let any water into the timber. But the problem is, once I apply it, then I've got to sand it again, so and it's pretty much the case of going through this again, but that's the last of the sanding once we get to that stage, and that's when you really see because what you're seeing on the timber there now with it wet, if I go back there, how you're seeing that now wet, that's how it's going to look with the CA finish on it. It'll be as shiny and smooth as that. And this is definitely coming up a lot better than it did last night at this stage, so I really think my micro mesh pads were getting to that stage where, yeah, I was just pushing them too far. So that's the green done. Now on to the black, which is 2400. Just give me a sec, Rory, and I'll put a steel rule on it, mate, and just measure it for you at the widest part, or I can measure it at a couple of spots for you so that you get a better idea. I'll just finish this grit and then I'll get my stainless steel rule and give it a check. 30mm rhodium in this is going to it's going to be a killer. Ooh. I say it with every brush, but this one, oh, it could go close to going into my den, I reckon. But But I say that with every brush, I can't keep them all. Especially when I do something a little bit different, I think, oh, I should keep it, should keep it. This chameleon underneath the barrel to the side there is going to be stunning. I'm really looking forward to letting you see it properly. I'm going to just, once I do this, I'll move the tailstock out of the way, and I want to just try and see if I can get that a little bit clearer too. I don't think I'll be able to get that out around the top because that's marks from the Forstner bit when it cut into the handle. But I'll try and get it a little bit cleaner. But once the knot gets set in there with the epoxy will actually make it look clearer again as well. So it won't be too bad. But you do, the unfortunate thing with these is that when you do expose the knot like that, and this is all deliberate by the way, but when you do expose it like that, you do get little lines where the cutter goes in, but not, you know, you just can't get in there to clean it out properly. So, but like I said, it all clears up a fair bit once the epoxy goes in there. So it'll look a lot better. But I will try and give that a little bit tidy up once I get rid of the tailstock key. So that's us done with the black. Now I'm on to the tan, which is 3200 grit. Relatively slow speed. What am I turning at? That's only about 490 RPM at the moment, so it's fairly slow. This thing goes up to, this lathe goes up to 3000 RPM flat out. Totally variable from 0 to 3000 RPM. Well, not quite 0, it ticks over at just a few RPMs. It won't stop altogether unless you turn it off. I don't know who was in the stream the other night when I spilt the bowl of water over myself. Felt like a real goose. I was working away like this, and I can't remember if it was this brush or another brush. I was working away like this and my hand caught the bowl and pulled it down and it went all over me. The joys of doing live streams, I guess. And even with these micro mesh pads, I still like to just give it a rub by hand after I've done it on the with the lathe spinning, because you still leave little microfine scratches even with these. The good thing is that the next one should take them out, but if you don't do it properly, you can end up with really microfine scratches in the finish. I'll just check that size for you to take Rory, because I'm nearly finished this one now. Okay, where's my little So at the top there, at the widest part of the top, it's about 48 mil in diameter, and at the very base there on this rim here, which is the widest point, yeah, it's probably about the same, probably around 48. So 48 at the top, 48 at the bottom, and it narrows in here at the waist. Okay, on to the next pad. Wine brown, that's 3600 grit now. These live streams make for a nice little meeting place too, guys, don't they? It's not just about watching the video. I mean, you can have a little bit of a chat at different things. The good thing is once we get in the finer grits, they don't take quite as long to do as the coarser grits do. So, or even the sandpaper for that matter. The sandpaper takes a bit of work to get rid of all the fine lines, but these things are fairly quick work once you get them happening. And I think taking the sandpaper grit to 600 is a lot better as well, rather than jumping from 400, which is what I've been doing in the past a little bit, but I think this will be a lot better. Not so big a jump between one to the other. Yeah, we've got a few people in. I don't know how many's in. I don't think the concurrent viewers count in the stream is correct for some reason. I think there's more than 4 in there. I'm not sure. But that's what we need. We need more people in. So, like I said before, if any of you are in, if any of you frequent other Facebook groups or other forums, shaving forums or whatever, feel free to share the links around, and if we can get more people in, that would be even better. You can chat amongst yourselves and watch the stream, turn it into a little social gathering. And it helps me get the channel off the ground much quicker and much easier. Okay, on to the next one. So this one's teal, which is 4000 grit. And these ones need a lot less pressure too, because if you rub these ones too hard, these ones tend to dry out quicker, being so smooth, so they're not as well lubricated when they start to dry out. And again, the surface can wear quite easy on these ones because we are getting up into the finer grits now, like 4000 grit in this one. Okay, 26. Jeez. Well, this on my screen here is definitely wrong then, because it's saying there's 4 concurrent viewers, so I don't know what that 4 concurrent means. I still don't think I've got everything set up just quite right in here, or maybe it's YouTube doesn't YouTube doesn't measure that accurately in there for me. I'm not sure. The 26 is good. We're getting there if that's the case. Oh, it's dropped off a bit now, yeah. Yeah, this part gets a little bit boring, to be honest. There's not a lot I can do about it though, because it's a process that's got to be done. You know, you can't skip it. I know it does get boring though, because it bores me as well. But even if people were to come in for a while, drop out, come back, that's fine too, because then you can, you know, you don't have to be bored with all this sanding and wet sanding, and you can drop in and out and drop back in and see the finished result later on. Nine at the moment on yours. Yeah, I don't know why it's only showing 4 on mine. I don't know what goes on there. I'll need to do a little bit more research and find out if I can get more accurate information from the stream. I guess if I was to log in on another, say on an iPad or something, I might get same as what you guys get, where I could actually view that and see how many people are in the stream then. That might be a way to do it. At the moment, I've got 3 cameras going. So I've got 2 GoPro Hero 3 Blacks running. So the shot that you're watching, the shot that you're watching now is through one of the Hero 3 GoPro Blacks. Then this shot here is through the other GoPro, which is sort of in front of my finger there. So that's the other GoPro. And then if I go to camera 1, which is the main head-on one here, that's a Sony Handycam that I'm using. So not a lot of really expensive gear, but it's doing the job for me. I would probably like to get, if I was able to, I'd like to be able to change these GoPros eventually, and get another couple of Sony Handycams, because they're good in the fact that you can zoom right in close. That one at the moment on me is just zoomed in a little bit, just to basically get the picture that I wanted to get in here without any distracting off to the side. The GoPros are such a wide view and you can't zoom in or out with them, so you're limited to, you know, what you can do with them. So I would like to get another couple of Sony Handycams or something at some stage, which would give me more flexibility and being able to zoom in the details better. But down the track, guys, so that's the 3 cameras that I'm using. I do have a lavalier microphone as well, which I'm not using. I'm actually using the sound that's coming through with the camera, the Sony Handycam. That's the sound coming through. And then I've got the music coming through into audio video mixer, and the music's coming through via Surface Pro. So I've got that set up on the table off to the side here. You can probably just see the laptop there off to the side as well. So I've got a laptop, so I've got the laptop running the control software for the video and audio player. And I also use the control software for the audio video player, and I also have my Facebook live on there so that I can see the chat. So yeah, I really don't want to bring an iPad out as well, but if I've got to, so that I can see what's going on with the stream as far as people, etc., then I can do that. But I guess that side of it's not so important to me. It's mainly for you guys, having people in there to chat, and obviously it's better for me as far as numbers in the chat, and getting my videos to rank maybe a little bit higher in Google and YouTube. But it's not that important for me. The video quality is 1080p HD, so you know that's a nice resolution to be broadcasting the lives at. It gives you a nice clear picture. I've got 3 big lights in front of me, probably about 4 foot away from me all round, so I've got big one in the middle, sort of directly onto me in the lathe area here, and then I've got one off to either side, left and right, shining in on an angle, so I've got plenty of light in here. So again, that helps getting the clarity in the pictures in the 1080p HD. So hopefully that all works for the stream. And I was playing around earlier, creating some graphics off screen before I went live earlier today, and I've put a couple of little graphic clips into the audio video mixer so I can pull them up on the screen as well. But it's a lot of work doing it all on your own, so every time you see me ducking off and pressing buttons, you know that's what I'm doing. But it makes the stream, you know, it makes it just that little bit more professional, I guess. Rather than just, you know, chucking the iPhone up there and I mean, it's good for people that just want to do a quick live stream, but for long term you need to have something a little bit better and a bit more stable. So the stream, I'm broadcasting it in high on the software control. I'm broadcasting it in high, and it uses about a constant just over 9 megabits a second is an upload speed, and that sits fairly stable all the time. It also has the video audio mixer also has a cache in it, so it's got its own memory in it as well. So if the stream, say something was to happen to the download, say my internet dropped out, well, what'll happen is the cache kicks in, and the cache will keep the stream going until hopefully the internet would kick back in again. So it failed on me once or twice way back in the early days when I was doing the test stream, and I've done a lot of private test streams as well just to get the gear all set up and tested, and it done it, but it's never done it again. So I don't know, it could have been something I done when I was setting it up. I'm onto the blue now, guys, which is 6000 grit. Yeah, I mean, some of the YouTube guys that have been doing it for years don't even manage to reach the 1080p. A lot of them still broadcast in 720. And look, the streams still look okay, and they've still got reasonably good quality, worthwhile watching. But the 1080p just takes it to another level, I guess. Bit clarity. I might put these back onto that one now. Oh boy, this is starting to shine up. This is 10 times better than the finish we had last night off it, even although we've gone through this process before that little chip came out. So I'm a lot happier with the finish on this tonight. 100%. Just try and get that into the round. And then into the detail. Into the detail. Side of the detail. other side of it there. And I think that'll do that grip. So we've got one more grip to go, and then we'll dry it out. And if I can, as long as I can get it properly dry, then I can apply the CA finish, because I can't take it out the chuck to let you see, because if I take it out the chuck, we'll never get it back spot on centre, and then you can't do any work back on it, because it'll be out of round again. So it's like starting at the very beginning again as far as shaping's concerned. At the minute this is 100% spot on, centred, but the minute you start messing around with the chuck or releasing that from the chuck, you'll never get it back in the same place. It should be out of round. So I can't take it out to let you have a better look at it now. I've basically got to go through the process now, finishing it, before I can turn it round. Once I turn it round, like once I get the finish on it and sand the finish back again, then I can let you see, let you have a better look closer up to the camera. Alright, I think that'll do that. So, nearly done it again, see? Okay. So we'll grab a piece of paper towel and we'll give that a little bit of a light dry off. I still do need to sand inside that socket a little bit, because I do want that a little bit clearer inside there. Just drying that there. So you'll see the timber will actually it'll lighten up. It's still a little bit wet just on the surface. But what I'm going to do very shortly is I'm going to put a little bit of methylated spirits in there as well, and just give it a wipe out and a clean, so that we've got no, how can I put it, no dust in the anywhere, and if there's a little bit of open grain or anything anywhere. So yeah, so it's cleared up nicely there. What I may do though is I may bring the camera into here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Sorry to be doing this when you're watching. No, it's not. Oh, you're getting to see a little bit of the chameleon powder in there, but not a lot. You can see it slightly on the side here. A little bit of blue and a little bit of sort of cyan-y colour. It's hard to see it in the camera though. You can certainly see a bit of colour change happening just below the socket for the knot there. But you're not seeing any more of it up the back of the handle. It's just because it's in behind the burl, obviously. And then you get to see a little bit on there, blue, but not a lot. So it should look nice once it's completely finished and polished up and nice and clear. Still got a couple of little marks there, but I think a lot of that will come out with the buffing. So I think I'm reasonably happy with that. I'm just going to pull that tailstock back a touch now, and I'll just give the inside of that just a tiny touch up, and that'll give this more time to dry, and then I'll wipe it with methylated spirits, and then we can apply the finish hopefully. So I'll bring these pads back a little bit for now. And this part does actually burn your pads up a lot as well, because you're working in a fairly tight space and you're hitting timber as well as acrylic. You can't actually see what I'm doing there, can you? just going in the socket area there and trying to get that sidewall of the socket a little bit cleaner. It's not too bad. Like I said, it'll go clearer as well once the epoxy goes in there for the knot. But we'll get it as best we can before we do that. Yeah, I'll stick the knot in it later on and let you have a look at it, how it's looking. I've had it in a couple of times previously, and it does look like I've made the handle so that the handle looks in proportion to the knot as well. The fact that it is a big knot. That's a lot clearer now too, so it's just that little bit extra just makes all the difference, aye. We all hang in there, we all good? The caramel brittle, the peanut butter brittle. I think I called it chocolate sundae or something. I think a couple of the guys were saying in the stream. So I'll put it up in the video as chocolate sundae. Okay, that'll do us for that, guys. I've just got to give it another bit of a dry out now. And then I'll give it a wipe out with some methylated spirits, just to try and get give my lathe a little bit of wipe. It's getting wet there. Turn that towel back inside out now. Okay, let's have a look at that. I'll just dry up some of this water around the place. It's got some marks in here, but like I said, that's going to go away. It just needs a wipe out, but it's going to go away, a lot of that, once I put the epoxy in there for setting the knot in there. The rest of the handles come up quite nice and clear, but we've still got a bit to go yet, so we'll come back to that. But I'll pull this back out the way for now. I'll take you back to there, and possibly even there for this shot now. So I'll go and get my methylated spirits. Just be right back, 2 seconds. Don't think I'm having a drink, by the way. Methyl and orange. It's for the handle, honestly. Well, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. So this, the methylated spirits just helps. I mean, there's not a lot in this anyway because it's burl and it's really hard and it's a fairly tight grain in it all. But the methylated spirits just helps pull out. It also assists with pulling the moisture out, but it's mainly for taking dust out. If there's any dust in the grind, it can impact on the clarity of the timber and how it looks. So by wiping it with methylated spirits, if there is any dust there, it takes it away from the sanding and the wet sanding, and it gives you a nice clean finish then to start laying on the super glue finish, which you're going to see coming up very shortly. Yeah, didn't get the maroon right, aye. But like I said, these things are sent to try us, and sometimes changes to something work out really well. And that one, like I said, there was nothing wrong with the handle. It was still a very nice brush actually, brush handle. So you can see there the timbers lightened up a lot again. So with the methylated spirits and just giving it a light rub with the cloth, it's actually, if I put you onto that other shot, you'll see it's sort of lightened up again now. So now I'm okay. That's, you know, I'm happy that I'm ready to go with that with the super glue finish now. And this is the super glue finish is a technique that I used to use a lot on my pens in days gone by, and like I said, it gives you a very, very hard wearing finish that lasts for years, will not allow any water into the timber. It helps with stability of the timber as well, especially with a lot of the Australian timbers, because some of them can get very brittle. Beautiful timbers, but they can get brittle, and this just helps sort of bond it all together. And I mean, it's cast in the resin as well, so again the resin sort of holds it reasonably firmly in place as well. But you know, there is timbers where you just don't know what they're going to do. So you know, now I do have to bring that camera back, unfortunately, because I don't want to get CA glue onto the lens of the camera. I'll just get my CA. Where did I put it? There she is, down there. No, that's not. It's that one. Just get my knife and open the CA up. Actually, I can put that tool away now, I don't need that one, so we'll put that in the drawer. I do need all the others though. Oh, yeah, I'll leave them there, they're not in the way. Okay. So what I'm doing with the lathe, I'm going to have it spinning very, very slowly. Probably about there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drizzle some CL on the timber and rub it at the same time. And you'll see that'll soak in because it's a thin CA, it'll soak into the timber. And then I'm going to put two or three coats on it. Well, actually it'll be a lot more than 2 or 3 coats. I'll probably put maybe 10, 12 on it, maybe more. But I put that on it and then pretty much it dries that quick. And then we go with another coat. So when I was doing my pens, I used to batter through this fairly quickly. But I'm just going to take my time with it so that I get it right. And then any little ridges and stuff in it, we'll actually take that out with the sandpaper next. Brittle brush. Are you talking about the peanut butter brittle? I think I need to cut the hole in that maybe a little bit bigger too. It's it's not letting the glue out very quickly, and I probably need it out a little bit quicker than what it's coming out, but I don't want it flooding it, that's the only thing. I might just keep going, we'll see how we go. And what you'll find as well is that it'll darken the timber up. As you can see there now, it's starting to darken again because we're actually getting the finish on it. Anywhere where there's, like here, you can see it's sort of like rub marks, but that's all going to sand out again. And sometimes the CA just needs a little bit of help, depending on the humidity and the temperatures and all that sort of thing. So I have an activator here which just takes a tiny little squirt like that, and typically that's enough to turn the CA off. That's still a little bit sticky, and that should be enough there now. Nigel, the one you had photos up on was that the sort of brown and gold and white one that I done for that was going to be Steve Carter's Broncos brush? I'm trying to think which one it was, mate. Yeah, I'm going to cut that nozzle a little bit bigger because I don't think I'm quite getting enough super glue out that tip. I like the tip to be reasonably large in size, because if you have it too small, what actually happens too is that it clogs up with the CA very quickly. Whereas if you have a bigger hole in it, it allows air to go back inside the bottle and it allows the CA to run back into the bottle, so you don't get a build up on the tip of the nozzle, hence drying up and going hard on you and then you can't use it. So we'll see how we go this time with the amount of CA that we get out. Yeah, much better. I'm just going to get a few more coats on it though. So I'm using this one long piece of paper towel, so I can actually count how many coats I've put on it too. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got about 6 or so on it now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, no, I've still got that one, Nigel. It's I think it's through my cabinet night. As I mentioned the other night, a lot of them make their way into my cabinet until I decide what I'm going to do with them. So yeah, it's still there. Now I'm just going to drop a little bit of CA over this lip here because we've still got that little tiny piece of burl on that edge there as well that I want to make sure we get sealed up. And there we have it. There's still a few little ripples in this lot here. That's dry. So I'm just going to keep putting a few more coats on. So I'll get another paper towel. We've used that one up. So I fold the paper towel up a few times just so that I've got a little narrow strip, and then that can just sit along. I hold it in my hand and it sits along my finger like that, and then I can apply the CA finish without getting too much CA on my fingers. And believe me, it does take a bit of practice to put that CA finish on. There's been people that have tried doing it on pens and just can't master it, can't get it. There is a lot of people that can do it successfully. You know, someone that's been doing it for a while, 9 times out of 10 they can do it, but it does take a bit of practice to get it there without making a mess too. You know, you can stick your fingers to it and all sorts of things, so yeah. But you are seeing the finish starting on it now. You're starting to see the CA. We're getting more and more coats on it now. So I can feel, just with my finger there, I can feel the little ridges in there. But what we do with that now is, because we've already pre-finished everything, and now that I'm getting a nice thick layer of CA on there, what I'll do is I'll hit that with a bit of 600 sandpaper, and that'll take those ridges away. And I'll show you the technique for that, because any high spots show up more white than the hollow spots. So you keep sanding those spots away until you get it all fairly even, and then once it's all fairly even, then we go back to the wet pads, sand it with the wet pads, bring it back to its nice, smooth, shiny finish, and then basically that's me finished. I'll then proceed to I'll give the inside a little bit more of a sand, because some of the CA does actually get in there, and then I'll take it off, part it off, and then what I do is I also seal the timber on the inside here. I don't just rely on epoxy when I put the knot in there to seal the timber on the inside. I'll actually seal that off with CA, so I'll pour some CA in there, and then I'll move the handle around until I get even coverage inside the socket there. And once the CA gets in there, there's no way in the world water will get into that timber. The only way it can get in there is if the finish gets damaged severely, or if somebody takes the knot out and they pull some of the timber away with the knot, then they really should reseal it again, just to make sure that it's still impervious to water absorption. So I do want to put a few more coats on the outside of this though, so I'm going to continue on with that, and then hopefully we can crack on. And just excuse me for a tick, I'm just going to move the camera back. I'll tilt it up a little bit. I'm going to just drip a little bit of CA inside here, and then I'm going to put the end of this in here, and I'm just going to work that in to seal that off. I'll get a little bit more in there. Break that piece off, and I'll go in again. And I'll do the very bottom of that. I'll do the very bottom of that once I get the handle all taken off. Okay, so I can get another couple of coats on the external there. So yeah, we're starting to get a finish on there now. Not too much longer, and I should be able to give that a light sand off. And what you've got to be careful of too with this kind of thing is that that if you do end up sanding through the CA, you've basically got to start again, because if you don't start again, what will happen is if you CA over the top, when you fit back to the wood, you'll end up with a blotchy coloration in the finish. So yeah, you've got to get it right. And I think that's going to do me, guys. I don't think I want to go too much further with that. So what I'll do is I'll give that a light sand off now with 600 grit. And then actually I might get a new piece. But you'll see what I was saying. I'll stop the lathe in a tick and I'll show you what I was meaning about sanding the CA finish back now. So I'll bring you in a bit closer. Take the camera down a bit. So you can see in here, you can see that there's dull spots and shiny spots. So the shiny spots are the hollows and the dull spots are the highs where the sandpaper's already taken the surface off. So what we've really got to do is we've got to keep sanding until we get rid of all the shiny spots, and then we know we've got that CA finish back to a flat finish. So you can see there, we've still got a few little shiny spots here and there. So they're the spots we've got to get out. And once we get them out, then we know we've got a nice flat surface again. And then we can polish it up with the wet pads again. And we're getting there now, we're almost there. Get a fresh piece of sandpaper because that piece is almost exhausted. So let's have another look. Still a few little shiny spots there. A couple of little ones there. There's a little bit down through here. You can see a couple of little ones there. We're almost there though. I think when I change to another piece of sandpaper, 600 grit, this one will probably take it down to where we need it today. And then we don't want to go any further than that, because if we do, we'll end up going through the CA finish, which is not what we want to do. So let's have a look at that. We get a little bit there where it's a run. We've still got a few bits here, so we'll keep going. Feel that little lump there, we want to try and get that out without rubbing too much more. There it is, so we'll give that a little bit of rub behind, just to get that down. And you can see it's starting to disappear already there. So now I'm just going to give the whole thing a bit of a rub by hand with the 600. Still a few just little spots here and there. That I want to rub out a bit better. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, Bruce. They're good fun, the lathes. It can be quite expensive setting up though, mate, because you do need to get the right tools to do the job. And the tools are, I mean, once you get your lathe, I guess that's the big cost. You can sort of add your tools slowly afterwards. I mean, for making shaving brushes and stuff, you don't need a lot of tools. You've probably seen the tools that I use, and I mean, they're the tools that I'll use just about in every stream, because that's really all you need to do shaving brushes. Obviously you need all the appropriate drill bits and stuff like that, but again, you can build that up over time. You don't have to have everything straight away. But it is interesting if you've got the time to do it. It's and then it's just a case of practice, practice, practice until you get really good. Okay guys, I'm getting reasonably happy with that now that I've got it all sanded back to where I need it to be. There's just a few little shiny bits which I'll work on here and there. And then we'll change over to the pads again. And you'll see this pop, and this time it's actually it's sealed because it's got the CA on it, so you'll find it'll be a lot, well, it won't take on the water this time. I might get a little bit of water inside here because I'm still not completely finished that yet, and I'm going to have to sand a little bit more in there, but I'll do that right at the end of this part. We'll get this part looking sweet first, and then we'll move on. And hopefully we can get this brush finished tonight. The stream's been going for about 2.5 hours, so this brush has had probably 2.5, 3 hours the other night. So this has had about 5 hours putting it already, this brush. So it's I would never recoup my time if I was doing it that way. It's a labour of love, and like I said, I get enjoyment out of people respecting the effort and the work that goes into it, and then using it and appreciating the brush. That's where I get my kicks out of it. Okay, so that's that done. I'm going to bring the pads back over now. I'll just tilt the camera back a touch so that we're out of the way of the splashing. I'll take the pads out. I'll start at the beginning again now on that section there, and then we can move on. And I've got to go back to this detail as well, because just on this top section here, because we put CA on that little bit that encroaches down into the clear. The finish that you're seeing on that now while that's wet, that should be the finish we get when we buff it up at the end. It should be nice and shiny, real glossy, and it's, like I said, it'll be well sealed. If I had gone through the CA, Bruce, you would have seen a lighter colour. When the CA goes on, when I was going through that sanding process before, how we had the dull parts and the shiny bits, I've only taken it down until the shiny bits were gone. So they're the hollow spots. So they would have still had several coats of CA on them, even in the hollow spots, because you only get the ridges when you're actually wiping the CA on. And so the amount of coats you put on, I think I probably went about 12 coats or so with that. I'd have to go back and count them. But the hollow spots have still got 12 coats on them. It's just that when you drag the CA across the timber, you get ridges, CA build-up. So if I had sanded through, then what we would have seen is we would have seen lighter timber show up to the rest of it, because when you put the CA on, it darkens the timber up, just the same as it does when you apply the water to it. So we would have seen a lighter colour and it would be blotchy. And that's how you tell if you've actually sanded through the CA. That's the brown done. And with these micro mesh pads, I mean, you can see there's not a lot comes off them. It's a very fine powder, so they're not really coarse. All your main sanding's done with the normal sandpaper, up to 600 grit, and that gets it fine enough. And then the micro mesh pads then take over and they just polish it right up and finish it off. But don't take a lot of material off at this stage. So again, if I was to sand through it, you would see light patches, and those light patches you can then tell, because even if you feel it, you'll feel the roughness of the timber, as opposed to the parts that are still CA finished. So you would definitely know if you've gone through, and then if, like I said, if you go through, you've pretty much got to take it all off and then apply again, because if you CA over the top, you never get the same colour, the same finish, and like I said, you'll end up with blotchy colouring through the CA. This you'll find once this is all finished, and when I've got it off and finished, I'll do my usual and take it inside the light, put it in the light tent, put it on the rotisserie, and I'll rotate it round and let everybody see it. But that's when you'll see that the timber's all even, there's no patches in it. Yeah, it's taken shape now really well. Should do, the amount of time I put in it. I mean, I do have to do a little bit more work on the inside of the socket here just to tidy that up again, but that shouldn't take too much. And then I can hopefully turn it around and get it partied off and let you guys really see this thing properly. I think I'm getting a better view of the colours and the chameleons than what you are on the cameras. That's the part I really want to let you see, because it's quite stunning actually. I've got a heap of other unusual pigments, colours that I ordered about 2 months ago from America, and they're still sitting in, I think it's Miami Airport, waiting to be put on a plane to come over. That was 2 months ago, and it's only a few small ones. There's quite a variety, but it's only small amounts just so that I can try them. But it still cost me $250 Oz for the powders, and like I say, there are no signs of getting them yet. They've been sitting in the same spot for close on 2 months now, 2 and a bit months. So I'm keen to get them to try them in a couple of brushes though, because there will be something a little bit unusual hopefully. That's that one done. So we're 3 into the wet ones. probably another 5 after this one to go, but these ones are a lot quicker obviously because I'm not taking off as much material now. We're really just refining the surface now, to be honest. Yeah, I have done glow in the darks, Razor Burn. To be honest, some of the glow in the dark pigments are pretty ordinary colours though. So whilst they look nice in the dark, they don't look very nice through the dye. I guess you could probably try mixing them with other colours so that you do get a nicer colour in it. Whether the glow in the dark would still work mixed with those other colours though, I'm not 100% sure. But I did do a glow in the dark brush some time ago. In fact, I can't remember if I sold that one, if it's sold or if I've still got it in my cabinet. It was a pretty ordinary looking brush that I turned out of it actually, because it was back in my earlier days. And it sat in my cabinet for a fair while. I just can't remember if I still got it, if I sold it. But like I said, it was pretty ordinary by day, but night time, if it had been sitting in the light through the dye, night time it was absolutely stunning. It just glowed like like you were holding a lamp in your hand. But yeah, that's the only dramas with them. They don't look real flash through the dye. Man, this is getting super smooth now, right? I don't want to be going for too much longer, guys. Bit over 2.5 hours now, but I'll get this finished and hopefully I can get this parted off tonight. I don't want to rush it though, because I've put that much time in it now with the little hiccup that we encountered last night. Yeah, it was a pretty ordinary looking handle, shape wise, etc. But like I said, it did glow in the dark fantastically well. I think, if I remember rightly, I think I used two different colours, I think, in it, glow in the dark colours. It was quite some time ago, that's why I'm struggling to remember. Okay, third last one. Yeah, and because of that issue with the glow in the darks, that's why I've never really done any more. Because the colours were, like I said, it was fairly ordinary looking through the day. But I do have some really bright day glow pigments, well, I think they're called day glow, which are sort of more along the lines of fluoro type colours. I do have a couple of them around, so you can drop in some nice fluoros. And sometimes the fluoros, if you mix them in with other colours that are not fluoro, sometimes you can get quite a nice effect out of doing that. So that's maybe one for another stream, maybe a casting stream where I do some day glow with mixing with some other colours and see what the final results are. And that's the sort of thing, guys, with the chat. You know, that's where it's good if people come into the chat and start saying, oh, can you do this, can you do that? I mean, not that I'm going to do every single thing that everybody posts in the chat, it'd be impossible, but some of them might sprinkle light at some stage. Okay, that's great, and we're done on the outside for now anyway. Hopefully, well, the only part that we'll need to do on the outside now will be the bottom once we part it off. But I do need to spend just a little bit of time on the inside of that socket for a little while before I turn it round to part it off. Once I get it parted off, I can let you guys see what it looks like, but you won't see it fully until I get the bottom all finished and we can actually look in from the other end. But I'll be able to give you a better look once I get it parted off, even on the side view here. Like what I can see, it's just there's colours coming in it everywhere. Yeah, look, I mean, you've just got to try different things, mate. I mean, some things work, some things don't. A lot of it's trial and error, but once you've done it and you know what you're doing and you get the effect that you want, then you know you can then repeat it, you know. That's why I do a lot of one-offs, and sometimes they actually become somebody's brush, you know, it's a one-off, but and you know, for whatever reasons I might not do it again, or do that particular mix, or use these particular materials, but these chameleon ones I certainly want to continue with and try different things. These ones I've got all the burl to the top, but I might do some where there's the handles half and half, so you've got half burl handle, half resin handle, and see how they look. Put the chameleon on the half, so it's, you know, you're going to see it on the side of the handle as opposed to having to look into the bottom. And you can see this one from the side as well, and different lights, the chameleons just pop different colours. So, but anyway, we'll see how the finished brush looks when it's done, and we'll take it from there, right? Yeah, Nigel, it's getting there now, mate. I want to do for the amount of time it's had put in it. Anyway, that's that done, so now I just have to give the inside a little bit of a tidy up, and I'll put the top back on that CA glue, so that's out the way for now. I'm going to move the tailstock back, and I'm going to just tilt the camera up there. I'll let you see there. Look, there's the view I've got to the side of me, just for something different, right? So there's one of the light boxes I've got up. That's the left hand one. I've got another one in the middle. and then I've got another one off to the right hand side of me. But there's my monitor that I can see all the cameras in over here, so I can see that's the live shot that you're looking at there. That's the preview screen. The three below on the left are the individual camera shots. I can put things up on the computer there as well, so you can see camera 4 there's got the desktop screen on it. The black one down the bottom, that's got my little buttons on it, so I can put different things in it. So just give me 2 secs and I'll just put one up there now. So we'll say, please subscribe. You can see it fading in there. So if you haven't subscribed, do so now. You know, the button's, where is it? It's down here. So please subscribe if you haven't already done so. So that's that. That comes through with the computer one, and I can put different things up there if I want to, and then I can just at the click of a button, it'll start to slowly fade out. Now you'll see it getting less and less, and it'll just fade away to nothing. So that's that gone, and that's all basically controlled via the computer, via the little video sound mixer that I've got, and obviously watching what I'm doing on the screen, music in through the Surface Pro. Now I can also go in here now and I can put you know, my lower third in now, where you know, it's got my name there, TF Custom Shaving Brushes, in the same style as the previous one. So you can, again, you can see that coming up on the screen. You can see all my timber up the back. That's all different types of timber. There's a lot of Aussie hardwoods up the far end up there. There's mango, there's red cedar, there's some Australian natives, there's a couple of big burls up there. There's blackwood, there's New Guinea rosewood, there's olive, big clump of olive up there. I'll probably do a couple of handles at the olive actually, because the olive comes up really nice when it's turned into a wooden handle. You get a lot of really nice grain and nice colour in it. So I'll probably do some of that eventually. And I've got more stacked at the other side of the workshop as well. Big, like big lumps, the timber. Really well aged timber as well. So yeah, I've got probably enough to see me out for the rest of my life, to be honest. But we do become a bit of a hoarder in our old age when we've got these types of hobbies. But anyway, let's continue on, eh? I'm just going to go in this little socket here now and try and tidy that up a little bit. There's a few little lumpy bits in there with a CA that I need to try and take out, and then I can always so I'm looking at that burl on the outside now, and I can see that it's shiny all over. So again, I know I haven't gone through the burl, through the CA finish I mean. It's another telltale sign when you get to that final sanding grit stage. You know that you haven't gone through when you can see that it's shiny all over, and then the buff will just bring that right up after that then. Yeah, there's a little lump here, it's going to take a little bit of sanding out just inside, but it's on the clear bit, so I do want to get rid of it. I might go in with a fresh bit of paper if this doesn't start to come out. It's getting there very lightly. Like I said, that will go clear once I hit that with once the epoxy goes in there, it will clear it up. But if the scratch is in there, it will show the scratches. So just let me get back to my Facebook screen here, because I'm on the there we go, because I'm actually on, I was on the control software for the mixer. Yeah, thanks John. I've put a lot of money into getting the streaming set up going as well, so that's why I'm really looking for everybody's help to get the Facebook, sort of the YouTube channel up and running well. So like I said, You know, that's why I'm looking for people to try and help there, sharing links around on different sites, wet shaving sites, all that sort of thing. It all generates interest and helps me, and it makes it worthwhile too. There's nothing worse than coming on here for 2.5, 3 hours, 4 hours one night I done, I think, as well, or close to, or just over 4 hours. But there's nothing worse than coming in and doing that on your own and talking to yourself all night to make a video. So when there's guys come in and ask different questions and stuff like that, it's good, you know. It makes it more enjoyable, to be honest. Yeah, Nigel, it's like I said, it's a full-on system, but then that's always been me. I've never done things in half measures. I always go hell for leather or nothing at all, you know. We're getting there. It's nearly there. And then I'll probably have to go in with the wet pads again, just very lightly, just to tidy it up a little bit again. I can still see some CA rings through there, but it's getting better. And it's all these little bits that you know you can't allow for when you make a handle. I mean, you know, if you're buying just acrylic blanks, like what I call rod stock, Corbs and I have talked about this. We talked about this a long time ago. If you buy rod stock, I mean, you don't have all these issues, because rod stock, you just basically cut it into sections, put it in the lathe, turn it, shape it, polish it up, and that's the handle finished. And then you cut the next bit, turn it up to the same shape, and that's another one done. Whereas when you do custom stuff like this, it sort of takes as long as it takes, and you, like I said, you can't cut corners. It's not worth your while to cut corners, because it's only going to give you bad feedback. And if that happens, well, you might as well not do it, because people can only get burnt once, and, you know, end of story, really. Yeah, well, I mean, I've watched a lot of the brush makers as well, and other you know, on their channels, and I mean, they still get across what they need to get across, even with simple setups. But I think having a setup like this, where you've got multiple views, you can engage with the people coming into the chat as well, face to face. You can have a chat, you can answer questions, you can watch the work being done in real time, rather as a pre-recorded video that they've clipped and tweaked in an editing program, a video editing program. Whereas when you do it live, you know, what you see is what you get, really. Bloopers, errors, you know, it's all in there. You name it, it's there, you know. So I think there's a lot to be said for doing it live. Yeah, well, this lathe that I'm working on here, this is my small lathe. I bought this new, probably a few years ago now. I bought this brand new from Vicmark, and at the time I bought it, I don't know what they're worth now, but at the time I bought this new from Vicmark, who's the maker, and they're on the north side of Brisbane here. This little lathe was $2,500. So she's a good quality lathe that's going to outlast me. This lathe will still be here and still be going long after I'm gone. My big one that you can't really see in any of the shots, my big one, I bought that one second hand, but it was a builder had bought it and put it in his shed, and him and his missus decided to part ways, and she made him sell everything. So I picked up the big lathe. and it's got a few different attachments and stuff on it, and I picked that up for $3,000, but it's a $6,500 lathe if you went to buy it. Well, actually it might even be more today, because that was a few years ago as well when I bought that one. So you know, between that lathe and this one, you're talking about eight grand's worth of lathe, and I've bought so many accessories for them. But like I said, I'll never ever have to buy another one, and it'll outlast me. So you know, and you can hear it in the stream as well. Although it might sound reasonably noisy to you listening to it in the stream, but if I was to get a lot of, or any other lathe, you'd soon hear how quiet this one is compared to another one. I'm still working this socket out, guys, because there's a couple of marks in there that I just want to get out. I'm not happy with them. Hopefully not too much longer, guys. They're starting to come out, but there's just a couple of marks that I definitely want to get rid of, because they'll show through once the knot goes in there if I don't get them out. One of them was a little bit of a build-up of CA, and it's really hard to sand it in tight areas like this, where you can't get good pressure on it to sand it, and awkward to get into too. So but I'm going to go in with a wet sanding grip shortly as well, and just give it another little quick going over, and then I'll be happy then, and then I can take it out and turn it around, and think about parting it off and tidying up the bottom, and you'll get to see it with a knot in it tonight, hopefully. So I will go nearly 3 hours now, but I will go until we get this one finished. So if you are prepared to hang around, you will see it finished tonight, and then I'll do the obligatory photos in the light tent and put them up on the net later on tonight if I get time. So yeah. I'm rubbing through the 600 grit pretty quickly in here, just trying to get it all even. You can see where I run some of the CA in there as well. It was nice and clear, but you could see the marks, like the high and low spots again. And I don't want to totally rely on the epoxy once I set the knot to get rid of that. I'd like to try and get some of that away now, just in case, because, you know, like I said, once you put the knot in there with the epoxy, there's no really going back on it. You're really stuck with the finish that you've got. So if I can get it right now, I'd rather do that. One of your comments has been held back, Nigel. It's just your lathe turning pawn, but I'm happy for that to be shown, so I'll click show on that. There we go. I didn't set any filters on that, so it must be an automatic thing in YouTube. If something comes up that it thinks it's bad language or whatever, but there was nothing bad in that. So I'm happy with that, and I'm going to have to go to another fresh bit. I'm going to be all out 600 grit. But these are the things. You need to keep going. You need to do it right. Or don't do it at all. tiny little bit that's annoying me. So how many are still in the stream now? Because obviously my in the page that I'm in on YouTube to watch the stream and the stream connection, it's still only saying 4 concurrent viewers. Can anybody tell me how many people's in now? Has mic 1 run out of music? I think it has. Or is it still playing? I think I've just got it, so hopefully a little bit, and then we're there, I think. Excuse the noise, fellas. Everything a little blow. Save it getting totally covered and stuff. Okay, that should do me. I think we'll see how we go. I'm just going to go in with the wet pads now and give that a little bit of a tidy up with the wet pads, and then we can take it out the chuck, guys, and turn it around and see what we've got. Let me just see how that's looking. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's pretty good now. I'm reasonably happy with that now. We'll just go through the grits now, guys. See 9 watching, shows me 9, Nigel 12, Lisbon 10, 11, okay. Must be a few people that not talking in the chat then, eh? Which is fine. If they want to remain anonymous, that's their right, isn't it? Okay, that's us through 2 of those. Yeah, we're getting there now, guys. That's looking a lot better. I'm a lot happier with that. And like I said, any tiny little perfections in there, I mean it's pretty good now. But there's, you know, there's a couple of just little very light sort of line marks in there, but they'll come out once that epoxy goes in. It's looking better than what it was before, and I was reasonably happy with that before, so it's looking a lot better now. And I will drizzle more CA into the very bottom of this, on the flat in the bottom, because I can't really put CA on that when it's in this orientation on the lathe. But once the handle's out and turned around and partied off, then I'll be able to show you the handle fully, and then I can sit the knot on it and let you see it with the knot in it in a different angle, and you'll get the whole gist of the brush then. And I should be able to show you the bottom of it in better light as well. So Rami, how are you, buddy? Welcome to the stream. I've got the blanks sitting here, and I'm going to do a reveal very, very shortly, near the end of the video. I'm going to do a reveal and show some of the blanks to the camera, and then I'll be doing some live streams as well over the coming week or so, showing me turning them. I won't do every one, because once you've seen one or two, you've seen them all. The 14 brushes are going to be pretty much the same. But I will be live streaming a couple of them being made, which should be interesting for some of the guys that have maybe bought them as well. So should be good. We're all multitasking, we're all getting good at that, eh? Aye? COVID's changed a lot of things for a lot of people, eh? How we interact and how we multitask. And okay, I'm just going to get rid of that now, because I'm happy that that's where I want that to be. So I'm just going to dry that all off again now. Just get rid of all the loose water. And like I said, I can seal the inside of that before I put the knot in there. I just want to try and get the handle parted off tonight and get it buffed up so you can see the finished result. And then I can sit the knot on it and show you, and then I'll move on from there, and I'll very quickly show the P&C LE 2020 blanks before they're actually turned. Yeah, so still a few little. I don't want to work it too much more, to be honest, but yeah, still not 100% happy with that inside there actually. I'm going to go again on that. A little bit more. I'm just not 100% happy with it. Okay, quick wet again. It's still just not 100%, but I think I've got it to the stage where I am fairly happy with it, but I just want to try and get it a little bit better. And then anything that isn't right here won't show up anyway once the epoxy goes in with the knot, even though this is a clear section, but the epoxy will clear it up. Sorry this is taking longer than anticipated, guys. It's just one of those things. It's been a tricky one to do actually. Just with having the clear in the handle. See, the other two blanks that I've got, the handle will be fully set in the barrel, and the chameleon pigments are on the bottom. But this one had a section which is, you know, I deliberately done it like this. I just wanted to see how it was going to look, having part of the not exposed and then the rest of the barrel and the chameleon pigments. But I think if I was doing them again, I'd make sure I've got the majority of barrel up top and then maybe half down into the handle, because it's very awkward trying to get into that section where the knot goes. I mean, I can get my finger in there, but you can't exert any real pressure to get the pads to do their work properly. And you can't really get nothing else in there. It is a lot better, but I think I'll have to rely on the epoxy doing its bit as well, I think, because I could be here all night doing this. Not that I mind, but I really don't want to be here all night. How's that horn? Oh, you can't hear me, Rami. How's that horn handle of yours going? Good, I hope. Jeez, I'll tell you what, this handle's taken a long time. It'll be worth the effort in the end. I mean, it's going to make a very nice handle, but a lot of time. But I'm not going to go any more now. That's it done. That's as far as I'm going to go. I'm a lot happy with that now. That just going back over that again has just made all the difference. Okay, done. Paper towel, dry up the wet areas. Take the water out of there, off there. Okay, that one's wet, so that can stay over there. That's all good. Right, I'm just going to bring this camera down again and just set that up. So I'm happy with that. I'll get C in there and seal all that timber up after. I'm happy with that. So I'm going to take that off the chuck now, guys. So we're getting there. Take it off the chuck. And I'll sit it up there. It's probably still hard to see what's going on, but we'll get it in when I put the other chuck in. I better not put it up there because I'll probably end up dropping it. Like that, nearly dropped it. Stick it up there. So off with this chuck. On with the big chuck. onto here. What I've got to try and do now is I've got to try and get this so that it's going to spin relatively true. For some reason it doesn't want to be too true. Normally I get it first time when I put them on here like this. This one doesn't want to play. Aha! Success. So I'll bring the tailstock in now. I'll bring that in too before I get too excited so that I can, I've got room to part it off. I can bring that in a bit more, lock it in. So I'll just go to 1 and I'll bring the live center in now, just to try and hold that center where we've got it. There's a tiny little touch in that, well that's not too bad. Very, very tiny amount in that out round, but I don't think it's going to be sufficient enough to hinder us anyway. That's not too bad, so we'll tighten that right up now. And I'll bring that camera in now. I think you may start to see some more of the chameleon on the underside of that barrel now. But we'll wait until we get it parted off first anyway. So I'm just going to set that camera up to get the right shot for you, so you can see what I'm doing. I'll set the tool rest now. Bring that in as close to that as I can. Tool rest right down. Check that again. Just give it a little tension. I don't want it coming off, but I don't want to split the handle either. And if I take it nice and gently, nice even, nice clean cuts, you can see it's just a tiny touch out around, so I haven't quite got it centered back on the chuck, but for this part here it's not going to matter too much. So I'll just clear those shavings, and I need to have clearance cuts in here so that the tool doesn't bind up in the groove. I don't want to put a lot of pressure on this because I don't want to pull the handle out the chuck, which is very easy to do. So I'm just going to take very light cuts until I part this piece off. And hopefully we keep the handle on the chuck. The reason I can't tighten up too tight is because we're actually holding the handle with the inside the socket. So if I tighten the chuck up too much, the chuck will give me that much force that I can snap the handle. It'll just split in two. So there we go. And there's the scrap piece of wire. Oh, I had the wrong camera angle on there, guys. Sorry. I should have had you on that one, and I didn't. So sorry about that. But you'll see the next part. I'm just going to tidy up the bottom now. Put an undercut in there so it's hollowed in the middle. and I can probably leave that camera where it is, because that's probably going to give you the best shot. But I do have to turn the tool rest around, and that's going to be too high, so I'll need to drop that down. Nice and polished, yeah, it's pretty good now, mate. We've still got to buff it yet, and then I've still got to put my plastic polish rejuvenator on it, which will bring it up even more. Now for the bottom here, I go in with a spindle gouge, and I've got to get it right on centre so that I don't have any knobble in the middle of the handle. Sometimes it's easier said than done, and I don't want to have the lathe going too hard, because if the tool rest should stop it coming off the chuck if it does want to pull off the chuck, but hopefully it shouldn't. So I'm hoping that you can see the cut that I'm making here. It's just a very light pull cut across the bottom of the blank, and all I'm doing is a very light cut to start with, and that's taking out any tool marks from the parting tool that I used earlier to take the waste off. And all I'm doing is I'm dragging that tool with the edge cutting right across the bottom there until I get it nice and even and no tool marks, or as very little tool marks as possible. And then what that allows me to do then is it allows me to give it a very nice light quick sand to finish. And the other thing you have to watch when you're doing the bottoms like this is you've got to be careful that you finish on centre, because if you don't, and the tool goes past centre, it can actually pick up the tool and drop it back down again, and that can cause a little bit of damage to the handle if that happens, because you'll get a sudden catch and a flipping over of the tool. I don't know if you can see that little knobble there. That's the knobble I was talking about before. Let me see if I can see the little white dot in the middle of the bottom of the handle. That's what you've got to make sure you get out at this stage, because the sandpaper won't take it out. The tool hardly spins, the handle hardly spins in the centre there. It's spinning very, very slowly, whereas obviously the outer diameter spins much faster. I'm just going to stop that and have a bit of a look at it. So there is some tool marks and light tool marks in it, so all I'm going to do is just very lightly now try and sweeten them away, and then I'll check the bottom to make sure that I've got enough hollow in it, undercut. And then once I get that right, then I can just go straight to sandpaper on here now. Just remember me, before I end the stream too, just remember me to show you the PNC blanks, in case I forget. Alright, so that's that part finished. So what I'm going to do now, we're getting close now guys, and what I'm going to do now is just go through my sandpapers again. I'm not going to do that with the lathe running them. I'm going to do it just by hand, but and I'll check that for hollow. Yep, nice little hollow there, out to into the middle. So I'm happy with that. Now I can sand, and I might start with the fresh bit of the paper here. And what I'm doing is I'm going to sand right out to the outer curve, because that's where we've already finished and polished and sanded. So I'm just going to make sure that we do the same on the base. So we're pretty heavy with the coarse grit, just to Get any marks out that we don't want in there. That's the 180. Just getting finer and finer, and then once we hit it with the wet pads again, that'll take it to its finish, and then we're on to the buffer after that. Give it all a nice buff up. Show you the chameleon pigment in the bottom, hopefully. Sit the knot in it, let you see what it's going to look like as a finished brush. Sometimes it's hard when they're lying in this angle. I mean, I'm getting pretty used to it, but I don't know what it's like for you guys looking at it on the camera, as to, you know, the view that you're getting on it, whether it looks right or wrong, or but you'll definitely get to see it properly when I get it up, sitting up the right way. And that's feeling nice. The edge is a little bit sharp there now, so we'll just give that a little hit, and then that'll smoothen out with the so that's me getting a hold of that. And yeah, it's got a lovely grip. I mean, it is bigger than my normal handles in diameter, as I measured before, but it's not too big for my hand, and I consider myself to have fairly average size hands, so it'll be fine for most, I think, and maybe even more comfortable for someone with big hands. So that the normal brushes feel a little bit smaller, so how's the stream going? Nice and polished, multiple camera setup's great, good. Yeah, it's going to look even more fantastic once I get it out of that chuck and let you really see what it's looking like. Wet pads. I may just have to bring this camera back just a tad, fellas, just a touch. That'll do. Let you see what I'm doing. Get rid of some of the excess water. And now we'll go in with the first one of these. And I'm going to go pretty heavy with this. I might even give it a spin up actually. And then give it a little bit of a hand touch up. Yeah, that's lovely. That's taken that fairly sharp edge there now that it's blended together with the base. It was just a little tad sharper before, so you can feel it in the hand now, but it's smooth, rounded. And that's smoothing up quite nicely. Probably should have, I could have made it a little bit easier for myself if I'd have went to 600 after that 400 piece, but this will certainly bring it in anyway. So that'll do for the brown one. Get on with the green. Now, you can actually start, I don't know if you're seeing that in the camera, I can see it, you're actually starting to see some of the chameleon reflect down in the bottom of the handle now. So it's actually coming, it's getting to where I wanted it to be and what I was hoping was going to happen. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Too much work for one brush though. Like I said, I think if I do any in the future I'll make them half and half, but I'll try and get more burl up the top so that the knot's actually set in burl rather than showing. It's a nice, it's something different. It's a nice feature, I guess, but it's too much work trying to get that nice and clear on the inside. Like I said, I'm a lot happier with it, but I'm going to be relying on the epoxy to clarify that up for me, which it will, because I've done it in transparent brushes before, so I know it'll work. Yeah, that's getting nice and smooth. Speed this up a little bit for you guys before it gets too much later. It's just over 3.5 hours now on this one brush, and plus what I've done the other night, so it's a lot of hours. I mean, we did have a couple of mishaps along the way, so that's obviously extended it and thrown it all out, but these are the joys of custom brush making, I suppose. Sometimes they go perfectly well, and other times they just go wrong, and this one was one that sort of went a little bit wrong, but we've managed to pull it back in, so I'm happy. Are you seeing the chameleon in there? Can you see it? Plus with the timber, because we've used the burl in it as well, it does mean you've got to basically repeat your sanding process, because like I said, you've got to get the finish on everything first, and then when you apply the CA you've got to then go back and sand again. So you're sort of doubling up, and the sanding's the time consuming process of the whole thing. I mean, I can turn the handle in no time. But it's the finishing, after that takes all the time, the sanding. So having to sand it twice, along with the mishaps we've had, hence all the extended time in making the handles. So, but I think it's going to be worth it when I get this finished and get it on the rotisserie and have a nice look at it all round. And I'll try and get some shots to show the chameleon colours and the colour changing on the underside if I can in the light tint. Sometimes the light tint diffuses a lot of the shine in colour. It just depends. Sometimes it enhances it, but a lot of the time it diffuses it and you can't get the full look. There's green, there's red, there's like a purpley blue, there's orange. That's me just feeling the handle just to see what it feels like in the hand. It's actually quite nice. Those give you nice grip. Those and you can get your finger in there around the handle and then grab the handle by the top section here with the tips of your fingers, so it's fairly comfortable. You can certainly feel this and this in the hand, so that gives you fairly nice grip on it without being too over the top. That'll do that one. Okay, 2 to go guys, and then I'm going to set the buffer up and we'll give it a buff up and then we'll give it a polish and you'll see the finished handle, the knot sitting in it, just to give you the full perspective on it, and then I'll show you those P&C blanks. Lovely, lovely jubbly. Don't go spilling the water now like you did the other night. Okay, little dry off. Now I'm going to take that out the chuck, so I've got to remember and do it in reverse because it's in clamp mode. Okay, and I'll sit that there and I'll set up now for the buffer. So we're getting close guys, getting very close, very very close. I'm running out of space where to put things, to be honest. I need to sort a few things out in here sooner rather than later. So I'll just move, I'll go to camera 1 there, just till I get a few things moved around for you. I'll put this buffing wheel in, and I'll bring the I'll extend the tailstock out a bit, bring it in and lock it there, lock that up. And I'm going to try and get these in close on these buffing wheels so you can see what's going on. Some buffing compound. That's all we'll need for the handle. And here we go. I've got to get a good grip of this one because those are fairly tight details, those ones, and it could flicker out my hand. Working both sides of the wheels to get into the tighter carve on the bottom of the handle there, just so we make sure we get everything buffed properly. I might take this back to that shot now so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm really just making sure I'm getting in everywhere. Different angles on the wheel. Oh, did anybody watch the footy tonight? I think the first NRL game was on tonight, wasn't it? I think the Broncos and I can't remember who else was playing. Was it the Eels or was it Parramatta Eels or Penrith or somebody? I can't remember who they were playing now. Para, yeah, I thought it was. Parramatta won. Ah, good on them. Oh, okay. 36.4. Jesus. can see me jumping between the wheels here, guys. I'm just, every now and again I just inspect where I'm at and just make sure that if there's any bad scratches that I'm trying to buff them out the best I can as well. Not that there should be any too bad, drastic ones, but sometimes you get, you just miss them, you don't see them because the wet of the acrylic as well. You don't see them until it's polished and the light reflects the scratches. So I'm just going to give this bottom another good buff. Oh, 27-year record, Jesus. Why were the Broncos so shit? I think I might be doing a little bit of hand sanding on that bottom. There's still a few little light scratches in there that I'm not happy with, but I can do that after. So I'll continue on. Sure to get all the buffing compound off. Same thing's happened again as what happened the other night when I was buffing. A couple of the tighter details, the mop's just not quite strong enough to force the edge of it into the detail to get the compound out, so I'll maybe have to do that with my polish again like I done the other night. Yeah, just a couple of areas where the compound's quite hard when it clumps like that, so unless the wheel's strong enough to actually work it out. So I'm not going to go too much further with that. I'll get those couple of little pieces out with the polish and the paper when I get to it. So we'll continue on. Yeah, they've got no big name players, but they've got a lot of good young blood coming through. just trying to catch the shine of the brush in different lights till I make sure that I've got any light scratches in the side face of the brush, to make sure I've got them out. That's the thing, you've got to look at them under so many different lights. You should be able to see that now, guys. Just let me get rid of this, let me get rid of that for a minute. I'll just get this buffing setup out the way. Put that away. Okay, who's ready for the big reveal? Now, don't worry. Like I said, don't worry about the section. Excuse me, the section where the knot's going to go, because that's going to come up okay once I get the epoxy in there with the knot. There's a few. I don't know if you'll be able to see them in the camera, but there's a few just very fine scratches in the bottom there, which I've obviously not gotten out quite right. So I'm going to sit and hand sand that later on. I mean, it's fairly smooth and clear, but I don't think I can capture the scratches in the light, but they're there, trust me. But I'll just show you, try and get the chameleon showing in the camera for you there. So different ways you look at it, it changes colour. And you can see it even there, we're getting the gold coming through from the back colour, but when I tip it up, that gold disappears and goes to like blues and purples and greens. And there's the shine on the burl. So you can see that shine now. This is what I'm saying, don't be overly concerned about, because once I coat that with the epoxy, that'll disappear pretty much. But I'm just trying to get you, showing you that chameleon pigments. You can see the chameleon comes up in here too. It's got red and blue, touches of green coming through it. Then you've got that section where the knot sits, and like I said, that'll go a lot clearer once I get the epoxy in there. And then underneath, again, you can see, if I can get that to the camera, you can see the chameleon underneath, so you see a little bit of the bottom of the knot, which will clear up again, like I said, once the epoxy goes in. And then we're getting, you know, purples, blues reflecting in the bottom section. And then we've got chameleon going up through here again, which I think the camera's just capturing a little bit of blue in that, but there's green in it, and red and violet. And then we come round to the lovely piece of burl. The figure that's in that, I think it might be just a little tad close to the camera. So you can see that burl there all the way through. Beautiful shine with a CA finish. And you can see a lot of colours changing in there. So yeah, it's come up alright. And obviously the lovely 30mm rhodium knot. Oh, sorry for bumping the camera there. Lovely 30mm rhodium knot, nice and dense, nice shape. Handle looks quite effective. I'll change to camera 1 now and do my obligatory up close and personal to the other camera. So we'll go back to shot 1 there. Actually, I think it's this side. I can get that over there. And I'll get right over here and try and get that over the lathe so you can see it. Lovely piece of burl. You can see the chameleon pigment on the underside. Really getting the colours in there now. Tiny little bit of the knot showing. Showing on the side there a little bit as well. But that piece of wood is just really stunning, eh? Trying to get it in the camera properly. A lovely piece. And I think the knot suits it. See, I got my finger locked in there. Under like that, sits quite nicely, or you can sit it in your palm. But I got my finger there, and then my thumb and my forefinger around the top section of the handle, and I've got a lovely grip on that now. Just beautiful. So guys, we've been going for nearly 4 hours again, so I'm gonna shut the stream down very shortly. But there you have it, one hybrid with the chameleon colour changing pigment on the underside. You can see there. It is a lovely brush. It's had a lot of time and effort put into it with the issues that we had with it, but it's been well worth it, because it is looking pretty special. And I think hopefully you'll see that in the when I put it on the little rotisserie in the light tent. But it might mask some of the colour of the chameleon. But I'll maybe try and get a couple of shots of it lying like that, where I can pick up the colour, show the colour. Different lights show it differently too, so it's always hard. The lights in the light tent, like I said earlier, tend to dull everything down, tone everything down a bit, so you don't really see much, you know. But anyway, there you have it, guys. I'm just going to get rid of that graphic now. And it was good to have a nice group of people in the chat tonight. So again, to everybody, thanks for dropping in. Hopefully we'll put up another stream. This is Thursday. I'll probably put up another stream over the weekend, and maybe Saturday night or something like that. And then I'll probably do another one on Monday night, and then I'll miss Tuesday, Wednesday, because I've got SES training on Tuesday and Wednesday this coming week. So I've got 2 nights training this coming week, So I'll probably put up another stream on Thursday, all going well. And I'm going to try and get one out every couple of nights, just to try and get the channel built up a lot quicker. And like I said, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe down below. Click on the little bell so you get notified when I go live, just in case you forget. You don't always have to jump in because you get reminded, but if you can jump in, jump in. And yeah, feel free to share the links around of the videos, the YouTube channel, that sort of thing, because the more people we can get in, the merrier, and it'll make my time and effort feel a little bit more worthwhile when we get guys in. It was good tonight, we had a few extra guys in tonight, so really good. Anyway guys, I'm going to shut the stream down now, so I'm just going to put on my last little graphic for you all, and then I'll shut the stream down. So like I says guys, thanks again for attending the workshop. We'll be back soon, a couple of nights time or so. We'll hopefully see you all again then if you're available to view, and we'll catch you through the week. Have a good weekend everybody. Tomorrow's Friday, best day of the week. We'll see you all soon. Cheers. Thanks guys. Oh, wrong one. I put the wrong graphic on, silly me. I must have clicked on the wrong one. It's meant to be this one. There we go. Cheers guys. Till next time. See you soon. Ta-da, I'm disappearing.